It's live. Okay, let's continue the work from last night. The goal is to implement this weather container or panel, but we've been building other small components here and there. For example, this UI button, called UI button. We are creating a generic header for panels that are curated. By curated, we mean things that actually have header and footer. Let's see. And I think this is where we expose the title. That's right. So that when you are here, you could actually type anything you want. Let's do the footer part, similar to this. For the footer, we just have a line. So the way we did the line is with separators. So in a sense, it's similar to this. We won't need the margin container. We could simulate the padding with the labels heading, because we have to do that for the header label too. We needed the margin container for the header to push the buttons 4 pixels from the right. Because as you can see, when the header is coming all the way here, the line actually has to go all the way to the right. And this part in the other structure has to be pushed. So let's save this scene as save scene as footer. This will have its own label. This has to be first of all, this has to be moved out of the margin. This has to be put right here. This isn't going to have the buttons and the margin container anymore. This also has to have maybe its own footer script. So let's go here, file, save as, footer. So this structure has to change. In a sense, it's very similar. Come here and port footer here. Just have to stick this in the right place. This is going to be, you could do center bottom, or maybe we should actually give it to this. It should be bottom wide. Right now, this is actually still taking over this instance. This actually wouldn't matter. If you did it this way, it would still pick up the name from the component. Either way, it's fine. Our footer. Okay. Maybe the height is off because we no longer have those 22 pixel tall buttons. So we just need to make this 5 pixels more. We could do this by giving a fixed fixed height for this label. Suppose this is a better choice here. Let's do if 1 pixel is for the line, we could actually go for 29. This just has to be realigned. Save. Is this shorter than this? Sure, looks like that. Here's the 30 bucks. Okay, I'm confident this box will fill this area. Oops. More or less 30. Because we still have that discussion about it's actually 1 pixel off from here. If it's 1 pixel off from top 2, so this actually checks out. I don't think that's the case for the bottom. If we compensate for that, as if this is 4 or 5 pixels more. Let's check this constant here, 4. Yeah, this should not be 4 anymore because I'm already giving 29 pixels for this actually adds that extra. Let's also realign use, center, wide, bottom right, save. This looks more like it, except let's do v-align center. Start. I'm still going to change this, where was it? Default theme. This. Yeah, there's that bug, right? Themes. Double click this, then it stays. This one's open. I think it was expand margin. Let's do left 1, 1, 1. And this bottom is the problem one, maybe 7 as well. That looks more like what we want to see. That's it. Awesome. So this really doesn't matter because once it's put in the panel component, this component will have its own title, which is overriding the did. The color is of course different. Actually, is gray. Sorry, green. I think this has some semi-bold. Yeah, but we could do that later. We could also handle the padding when we do the top part too, because this color, it's semi-bold 18, and I think it's 16, 14, way off. Sure. Let's focus on the rest because we are trying to do the generic UI panel. So we seem to have a header, footer thing. Thing is, this kind of panel will be common enough in this, but the middle part will be. Um, let's pretend we have different middle parts. Something that looks skinny but tall like this. Something that is actually wide. And of course, these guys will have their buttons too. But we need them. So this label is basically garbage. We could turn this into components. We could just to simulate content. Let's put color rect. Now the way I'm thinking about this panel, started with a panel because it has a background texture parts that we can customize. All good. However, just inside a panel, instead of having these two things adjusting their positioning by the layout feature, this is looking more and more like a VBox container. To still put everything in panel, but maybe the first child of panel should be a VBox. Let's go in and check a VBox. Because you cannot style VBox to have custom background. You still need to merge that into. But we could actually do this. Imagine this is our content, and we want to reparent all these to a VBox. Done. Now this VBox is going correct, and this label part is going to stretch vertical, horizontal, I believe. And if you're not hidden, you're going to be beautiful. Also, your separation should be 0. That's when you're kind of creeping to the other guy's area. Let's change your color. Let's change it to something more neutral. I want to see that black line here too, which is on. It's not cool. As if it's eating off 1 pixel there. So we're off by 1 pixel. Everything else is fine. Meaning, if this curated panel is going to be any size we want, that's fine. Of course, there's always a minimum size, but we'll never get to. I think the smallest we can have is 220, but this, there's enough room. So why is that pixel cut off? Why is it not cut off here? Funnily enough, this isn't even 30 pixels. kind of what we wanted. This is 30 pixels. Let's look here in the footer, which is essentially an age separator. And a label that actually has fixed height. 9. It's as if it's not even taking into account the height of the separator. So if we make this 30 pixels, save this, come back here. I don't think this matters anymore. Anyway, it's the correct way. It's actually 1 pixel. Was 1 pixel shorter. This, however, this is an interesting case. Let's see. Label is 30. I mean, we may assume this to be 30 as well. And your V-align will be centered. When you push everything, then you are kind of, because there is the 4 pixel separation here. Here. That actually has to be zeroed. And then those buttons, this margin has also top, yeah, that has to be zeroed. I'm actually going to make these 002 explicitly in case you have some implicit thing. Getting there. The buttons are still off. At least we know this number has been fixed. Oh, anyway. Do we have something custom in the buttons? Size flags, nothing here. That actually has to change, yes. Because we forced them to be at the end, because usually they checked out, but there's no longer need for it. We still haven't solved our black line issue, but we have simplified calculation of other things. All in all, I think this is a healthier looking component. Now onto the black line. Now in most cases, we don't want to have a gap. So basically, if we have a vertical box, here's our header component. We have a footer component. The content of this panel will have 0 margin, so that these lines could actually on both ends. Now in this case, yeah, we still have that same logic. Okay. So this is correct. I'm actually going to do let's see. Let's pretend we have hbox. One column, second column, third column. I'm going to put green lines like this, then maybe I'll worry about the bottom part. I'm gonna see if these lines are actually hitting the other edges perpendicularly. I still think we are going to have the same issue of something cut off here. But we know this is not going to be a label. This is going to be an hbox. This hbox is going to have, see, this is the problem. It's already covering the top part. It's as if that line is actually pushed out. Yeah, because what doesn't make sense here is this. If this thing is 30 and the label itself is, label inside the header is 30, it doesn't make sense. This has to be 29. There you go. It's still sort of stupidly cut off. It's not exactly comprising, it's sort of like pushing it out in either case. Why are you doing that? Like your bounding box should include this. This is when you add things to it that start stacking them the other end. We won't mess with this yet. See, that's the thing. It is theoretically inside the component, but then the rendering is happening at the bottom. Aha. There is a way to push this to the other end. Let's see. There you go. It's copy. I might still make this 30 pixels for compensating that visual effect. Let's see. You are still 29. And we gotta do the same trick for this. Mind you, there, because it's already rendering at the bottom, it's actually doing the trick. Because it's still within the confines. This is okay. You're okay. And let's actually check. My fear is that this is gonna be 1 pixel off here. Let's do another quick fireworks. Just need to see the pixel values. Copy, paste. Go 4x4. It's 4 pixels. It's not even 4 pixels. Definitely, it's one less pixel. One or fewer. Also, I think I'll just fix this by 1 pixel and that's it. As long as it actually looks balanced, it's fine. How can I do that? They're always centered. I think this is what I'm going to do. The top, just pixel down. The bottom is the problem. This V, not that one. This V box can actually have one pixel separated. And then I'll go back and then remove that margin. That's more like it. This might be 31 pixels and this might be 30. I don't care. It's good. Maybe we'll make this 31 later. It won't matter. Because when everything looks more or less balanced, it's fine. So now this middle part here, this is going to have three V separators. And we can actually have them expand this so that we could see the style coming and hitting the edges here. So now this is starting to look more and more like this part. That's good. I think when I was talking about making one component to display an icon and temperature, that will be used 10 times here. Just could use it one more time for this top corner. Um, let's build that component. I think now is the time to come up with a naming convention. Uh, that's sun. I think I have these icons because I put them under icons with their action. Maybe now is the time to fix this silly bug here. Why is this 41 pixels tall? It's supposed to be... Let's try to do this, see what happens. It's the 1 pixel off there. 1 pixel down. It's as if it's happening at the bottom. Ah. You are 39 or 40. You are 40, 20. That actually rounds it up. I kind of feel it's this guy's problem. I don't know why. Like it's as if bit of gap here. The bottom of this round shape, it's not aligning perfectly here. This curve, which is okay. This doesn't align either. But it's as if the gap here is bigger than this gap. It's as if this should be sort of tucked in more. Then how do you explain this gap? This is 41. Oh, that's interesting. 41 to 41. That's kind of. Let's focus on these guys. 42 by 41. Trying to establish a fixed size for thing. You have 44 here. Because here we kind of have a 34, 34, or sometimes 30 by 30 thing going on. I think 41 is really the largest I've seen so far. 44 is the largest here. It's lit. I think I'm going to assume that everything is going to fit in 44 by 44. It's an odd size. That's what I might have. Okay, so what do we need for making this generic UI panel? So we need at least two icons. We can actually do that. Just need the sun icon. Um, let's assume this frame is going to be 44 by 44. Of course, when you do that, I think this guy's centered. Let's change it. That's it. It didn't look centered vertically. What's that for futures? You don't look centered at all. I can see you. You're not centered. There. Let's make sure it's also centered. Okay, that's more like it. Liar. Export sun. I think this is not going to be sun. Let's see. I want to keep this sun so it can be used in Figma because there is some naming convention. But once this is exported, this should be labeled as weather underscore sunny because we are going to have some programmatic part, I guess. Because if you get the state of the weather that is sunny, that you look for the file weather sunny, or maybe we'll do a dictionary kind of mapping that the sunny variable is mapped to a certain file name, so it not matter. Can we label it here differently? Always has to be taken after the layer name. Okay, export sun. Actually, it's worse. It's action sun. I wish they gave us a way to type our custom name during export. Now I have to relabel everything. We also need a 60% thing. Or, of course, you are going to stretch because centered. Or you are centered. So you're centered. Export 60% rain. Now let's go relabel these things. Let's call this weather 60% rain. And this one weather. Let's cut these two, move them to UI folder. Done. Let Godot do its thing. It did. So we need a component. Another one. This one. This one. Something that has an icon and a label. It's going to be roughly 40 by 70. I say roughly because maybe this font is going to get bigger depending on the digits. Maybe it's 41, 42 pixels. The width doesn't matter because we are making everything scalable, flexible. At the very least, we now know that the icon itself is actually, that's fine. That's an HBox, sorry, VBox container. 2 elements. Here we start off by VBox. We should label this. This is going to be weather condition. Let's strategize that. This is the part that is not going to be a component for sure. There's nothing to turn into a component. Could have a weather day component. All this. Could then summarize this as either summary or condition. I think weather condition is weather condition. The V box. Going to have a texture box. Right. It's also going to have label. Here's your Y. Have this sun for a different purpose, but this is all the weather things. That's it. And we'll type. Now this is all going to be dynamic, so there's no point typing anything here, but we'll type it for uh, testing purposes. This is going to have a little circle dot, the centigrade. Let's put an O there. Going to be centered. Okay. This is essentially a weather condition. Sorry, weather condition component. This will need a script. Let's write that script. Writing scripts is fun. Scripts, weather condition, debug, done. Let's make this a tool. Let's also take some of our code from header. No, not header. Curated panel. In header, we had this guy. This is the one we want. We also need the degree. So we need two things inside here. We are going to have sunny, 60% rain. For now, just those two. Let's do this. State condition. We are confused. Confusion state. New condition is going to be stored in the old condition. Going to be degree. Degree will be pitcher. Degree. Actually, that's not exactly degree. Maybe we'll actually introduce Fahrenheit. Maybe we won't, because we really want the American audience to catch up with the rest of the world. So seriously, guys. Okay. When a condition is set, I think Jordan wrote Constance Singleton. Let's find this. This script holds any constant value, which I think this is where we could do the dictionary stuff. Go to Pigma. Looks like sun icon is used for the weather panel, but we will use some of those icons. Different places as well. The top right corner where we display the players, the game conditions, like how much money the player has, what time of the year is let's look at task queue. So actually, instead of doing a weather thing, we need a generic icon singleton. Because when the game is launched and in the singleton, if the fonts are preloaded and assigned to addiction, then you just have to call them because we don't want to load them from the disk every time we are updating an interface. Let's check our menus because we do have a lot of icons. And in fact, the work we did last night for making these two square buttons for UI, we assumed that we would only have a few cases like the I for information, something that looks like a X that is going to close windows. We don't have that many of those. Here it is. We will have maybe magnifying glass, maybe a location icon, that kind of thing. But we will have a lot more icons with weather, with fertilization, harvesting, all that stuff. So let's see. Yeah, I think this is going in that direction. A new singleton is coming. New script icons. Just responsible for icons. Here it's from node, empty template, create it. Add this to the auto load list. Scripts. Where did I save this? Like in icons is in actually root. Now we are there. Scripts, icons. You are auto loaded. I think this is okay for now. We'll decide the order. Icons look fine. Let's see. Let's go with var. Can we make an image file a constant? Does it even make sense? Let's call it sunny. Let's preload something. We are preloading what? Sunny? UI weather sunny. Works. Now we go into weather condition script. Now this has to match that constant in the icons singleton. So icons right there comes with sunny. But ideally, this is what's supposed to happen. This has to be the condition. So the strings that we expose to the interface has to match the variable names in icon singleton without making this look really ugly. Is Godot smart enough to offer If I have lowercase Sunny here, what is going to happen? It's just an empty it's lowercase. It's not a big deal. But this kind of thing becomes a big deal when you want to present the information to the player with title case. Then somewhere there's a hiccup, and the real variable name and the display name, they are not matching, and then everything is failing and you don't really know why it's failing. Silly human mistake. Ideally, things are supposed to look the way they work, or the way they are working is the way you expose them. Player doesn't need to know, but underneath everything is fine. I think for if we are bothering to write singleton for icons, I think this is when we can make an exception here. Just to group the weather icons, we are creating a dictionary. Maybe this dictionary actually has a sunny key, basically this. Then we will have the percent rate. This is where it's interesting. Sky, 60% rain. We could actually do replace space with underscore. We could actually also do this. Um, where are you? He is this. It's a comma. Y. 60% rain. That's the one. It's actually PNG. Unexpected assign. I think when it's like this, you have, yeah. The first one is correct, but when you go with double quotes, I think you have to go with the column. Column. This is fine. Go into this is the condition. This now, okay, this is matching name. This has to be sunny. All good. Now this has to update the texture rect. This texture rect's texture will be this. And whatever is preloaded will be concerning that it didn't update because I didn't save the file. Save the file. Save this too. On the interface here, sunny, this, beautiful. And go back and forth. Now when you do this in the game, you initialize weather condition icon, set this, and it takes care of itself. Let's move on to the temperature part. I think we might have to do two labels here. One that is always showing the Celsius degree part and just the numerical part, because we are passing only the number here. Let's investigate superscript for that Celsius part. Let's see, Celsius, not Fahrenheit. This thing, we'll do this with the superscript. Should we just assume that's a letter O and then investigates superscript? Let's pretend it's just O, lowercase o. Okay. Also, to put, we may need 3 labels, but for now, let's go with 2 labels. HBox. Let's move this inside here. Let's call this the O. Okay. This is the degree. This way. Okay. The degree will be 25. We are trying to push the O as superscript. This V align won't really matter. When font size won't cut it. We really need to do this the smart way. Thing here. Let's investigate font options. Font data. New dynamic font. Some stuff here. Oh, extra spacing. This might be useful. This has to be given a font file. Is normally the label is taking its font data from the theme. Can I just change what I want to change without doing this? Like when I clear this, takes label styling from the default theme, which I stylized. But whatever I need under here will ask me to. Not good. Line spacing won't cut because there are no multiple lines here. I don't think I did this. Sources. Let's go with this. Okay. Settings. No, extra spacing up. You go in the minuses. Okay, so do the bottom. Oh, it's actually changing the default style. It's not cool. I may make a copy of this, that's okay. To make this unique, okay? Bottom. Kinda. Kinda is there. Base. Between words smaller, so it's not gonna work. So this is word spacing. character spacing. This is just the top bottom for the visual characters, each one. Extra pixels at the top or the bottom. I think the only thing I don't like about this, which is actually okay in our case, but just speaking, that there is this extra space at the bottom. It is okay because we need to have that kind of white space in this comp. Hopefully we won't have to use this ever somewhere else. That will be a problem. So I think we need another label here, which is going to be the unit. That unit will be Celsius. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to copy it from there. I'm going to copy it from the degree. This is going to be Celsius. Okay, and this H box has too much space in between. One is enough. That's it. And maybe this should be centered. Select all the three. String center. Did you do it? I think it's so tightly aligned anyway. But there is still some room there. I can see. Something doesn't add up there. Expand shrink center. Oh, this guy, it's the begin, do center, that's it. Weather condition. Do what? Degree is going to be temperature. Like I said, when you come here and then you do 30 degrees, did not do shit because temperature update. Oh, it's going to say, well, you are passing an integer value to property that is expecting a string value. So string. So here it goes. 0, 20, down. Maybe it's even minus 39 degrees. Good. Very, very good. Give a fresh component. Weather condition. I could actually have sunny days. Just beautiful. Time to get some fresh water and then we'll continue. You nibble on some chocolate before I eat something real. Meanwhile, I'm thinking of the next step. Is the rest of this weather day. I see one big difference though. This font is 16 semibold. It's 20 semibold. The icon size hasn't changed. There's something delicate looking about this degree part under this icon versus this. Because there's more negative space here. This font being as small as this one here looked feeble. I remember amplifying it. Um, it would be stupid to create another component just with a different font size. Do I remember correctly, or was it a different app? For fonts, it could be Google Slides. You choose basically there's a font size, but then as there's more text in the container, it automatically decreases the font size, so you could fit all the text in that area. So something like that existed here. Kind of still wouldn't have made a difference because the total width of this component is still going to be pretty much as large as the icon itself here too. But I mean, we could at least make the H box that holds 3 labels sort of like 75% of the whole width. I think that's something we can tackle. Different font size for this component sometime in the future. Uh, because July 19th is approaching and I want to have something decent looking. So that's fine. Okay, we have the components. Let's curate day weather day components. Actually, is this? This is just the weather condition. Okay, let's collapse this. So We are still in this label thing, which is the content. I'll just call this content for now. Um, this content is now going to have V-Bucks with label, divider, our weather condition, another divider, another weather condition, and we are done. Okay, let's make that. Under content, we are now going with V-Bucks. And we are going to have two separators, one label. Let's stick the label in there. We are going to have separator, 8 separator. Duplicate it. Let's take those two out of label. We are going to have weather condition. Let's actually take this out of this branch and make it its own component, because I think it's just working fine. Make save branches scene. First scenes, it's a weather condition. Now you stick this in here, put the label up there. There's a separator, another weather condition right after the first separator. Now the second separator is going to be 60% rain, and the temperature will be, let's stay loyal to the design, 16 degrees to 25. It's done. This day is going to have some kind of text, day 352. This V-Bucks container, this needs some styling. This is looking more and more like another panel. Let me see how I did the borders here, the corners. They are rounded. I think 2 pixels round. Stroke, 2 pixels rounded, yes. So we know panel component takes a border color. I mean background color, border color, anything you want, even rounded corners. I think that's the one. So we have to wrap this V-Bucks container with panel. Actually, no, not panel container, just the panel. Yeah, it automatically selected that. That's it. Custom styles. You're going to have a custom style. You're going to have flat. Your background color is going to be this. This. Okay. Your border color will be let's give you a minimum width. You are minimum 80 pixels panel, because we can see shit. That's it. This V-Bucks container is going to take full rect. Use the panel. Border width will be close to board. Corner radius will be 2. all around. That's it. This label has to be centered. I think in weather condition, I did not do the centering properly for the icon, right? This texture rect, the way it's, I think this might fix it. We have to go and see it in the art. Yeah, there. So it's looking more and more like what we have in Figma. Now this divider is the default divider color that actually comes with a tone of like gray. We have it some like nice green in Figma. It kind of doesn't bother me, to be honest. We could keep it this way in Godot. If anything, maybe I'll adjust the vertical space between the icon and the degree. I think by default it's 4 pixels. Maybe it should be 2 pixels. We'll see when everything fits. Perhaps we could actually force our weather panel to have a fixed size like 500, 400. It's good. Because this bad boy has to be 5 times repeated here. Let's see. I think this guy also has to take as little space as possible. If it's imported into another situation, we'll stretch this. Size flags, fill, remove it. I may have forced this to take as much space as possible too, I think. By making it full rect, that was most likely a mistake, but sometimes fussing with this is going to... Yeah, I made that as large as the panel, right? Yeah, we'll deal with it when we need it. Easy thinking of the next problem, big problem anyway. We have this panel. That is the weather day. Because this needs its own script with the day assignment, the number of the day of the year. Okay. Let's create a script under scripts weather day, and we export variable day string set get update day divider func day day new day. Also, you are going to have a label. What's happening? Why are you not recognizing? Okay, you did. Is the day. Now that day is actually going to be a number. But because we are converting to a string, I think it'll be okay. We could put a range. 0, not 0, 1 and something. Sure, leave it like this, it's fine. You saved the script, you did not. Invalid set index text on base null with value type of. This is going to be 111. Not working because this doesn't exist. How come all? Oh, the tool. Okay, 12 or 123. Done. It actually should say day 100. Okay, so we actually need H box there. Invite a minute. Reparent to a new node, H box. This actually has to be pushed up here to center. Going to be day. We are going to have day and value. Going to say day. What's going on? As soon as I type a character, it actually pushes it to the beginning. That looked concerning. Anyway, the script has to change because this is no longer day. I mean label. This is value x day. Okay, change it back to. This happens when you run it in runtime runtimer. This component doesn't exist yet. This is when we do the if case. If the component exists, then you assign the day value to the text property of the component. Because this kind of error will actually happen in weather condition too. We haven't checked for that. If we overcome this error, it's also going to happen there too. I bet you. There you go. If texture rect exists, then you do stuff. Because the oh, if where's the if? There you go. Day 12. Let's move it up to day 350 something. Done. So we have weather day. Okay, let's move on to the top part, which we sort of started anyway with the three dividers, vertical dividers. We just have to push it as two separate sections here. Uh, so the content part is essentially a VBox. The way we did it is HBox. Now the HBox will be needed for uh, both this top part and the weather days part. I think what I'll do, I will wrap this up in a VBox, repair into a new node, VBox. Okay, this is essentially content. This is going to be the part where we actually have weather days. Okay. Content will also have another HBox. And those three separators will be pushed into the new HBox. This HBox will be pushed above weather. It's like that. Then inside HBox, the top part, we are going to initialize a component, which is going to be a weather day. Okay. Actually, weather condition, sorry. That's going to be before the separator. Then we are going to have a bunch of other things. Stuff. Okay. Now, weather days. Let's turn the weather day into a component so we can repeat it. This is going to be saved the branch. Just going to be a weather day component. Done. Then we are going to have 5 of these. Just like that. Okay. I think we can assume that these will always be centered or growing from center to this. Then we can actually do the spacing. It's 80 pixels starting at, where's your oh, you're inside the frame. Actually, no, it's this 92, so they are 12 pixels apart. So this is going to have 12 pixels. Stuff like that. It actually lost its height information. Yeah, that's not cool. It's not cool. Let's see if this is gonna do something here. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. As you can see, because these conditions have no height, weather days have no height either. This should have been here due to the fact that each one was supposed to have height. And there is no height, there is no background color for the panel. We'll fix that. I'm also noticing that I think during this whole event, I pushed the footer under content. How did I do that? This, oh, I see. Because one of these had an expand. Everything has gone to shits now. There you go. Good. This middle part content, yeah, used to be a different component here that I actually parented. Fine. Let's write the text. Condition, pressure, tendency, wind. Wind. I don't think I'm going to create 4 different labels. We will have to create 4 labels for their values. But I think we can get away with the fact that this is all going to be one label. However, eh, make it, what can you lose? So next to the separator, every time we are creating a, that is essentially a grid. Tell you why. Let's stick 8 labels in it. Okay, one more. Nope. Let's make it 2 columns. First one is going to be called condition. Second row, first one is called pressure. Second tendency. The one after that is wind. Could actually call this condition. I think I'll have groupings like this. Pressure value. Tendency, paste value. This one is wind value. That's it. Okay. Now we can actually give some bullshit value. Partly cloudy. Pressure value is what? 101 kPa. That is the. Let me check that. I think I may have a typo that I wrote it right the first time. Yeah, A is lowercase. The typo in because it's kilopascal. Tendency is falling, sir. And then the wind is. Maybe we'll have an icon to talk about the direction. Now these guys are lightly green colored. Sort of fill color. They are regular 15. Could actually make that. Fonts. New dynamic font. I think we could just load the font resource here. I remember working on font resource generator a while ago. Resources. What did I say? 15 regular. 15 regular. There you go. Sans Pro regular 15. Done. The one custom color, font color. Okay. On the other hand, these guys are semi-bold 15 and different. I think the color might be taken over. I don't quite know. It's a black color anyway. Color. Did we say semi-bold 15? We did. Semi-bold. Semi-bold 15. Awesome. Ooh. Cannot open font file. What just happened? Semibold 16. That is not good either. Regular 16 works. Semibold 16. What is the difference between? Here's the font. Perfectly fine. Themes, fonts, path is checking out. The path is all wrong. Sources. Path is all wrong. Okay, let's use our custom plugin. Font resource generate 16. Add. Also 12 too. So I think we might have the same problem. Themes, fonts, font folder. Here's your output folder. Sources. This is gonna be created after original font name anyway. All good. Something is missing here. Oh, haven't selected the keys. So we need the bold. The regular. We need semi-bold. Like italic. I think we did those. Let's redo those too. Okay, you generate them. First have been generated. Something doesn't check out. Font data. It should be reading from themes fonts. That this is correct. Regular source sample regular 16. So if this is wrong because it's been generated incorrectly from here, this should have been screwed up too. See, this is all correct. Source sample, source sample. Because this resource, this TRS, is in here. It's in its own sort of folder, font folder, which is in resources, is in fonts. But inside fonts, separate to next to the resources, there's already the font folder that actually has the TTF files, which is properly not the case for this one though. So wrong, of course. Like I can load the thing, but why is this? Let's delete this source. Files being removed are required by other resources, which is this. Just remove them. Create it. You're not even creating it. That is the problem. What is it? Where is the 16? Where is the money, Mikey? Actually, it created in the file system. Godot didn't pick it up. There you go. It's now fixed. This is how it's supposed to be. Okay, now let's choose this. This. Your font search should be what did we say? Semivolt 16. I'm all over the place now. That's it. Except it's the 15. And let me guess, the 15 doesn't quite. It does. Okay, I think everything is fixed. Guess it didn't really reload after we did this, and then everything kind of looked. Oh, Godot. There's a bit of gap there. That's fine. I think it's 10 pixels. We could do that. It's going to be this constant. Each separation is 10. I think the vertical space looks good to me. We'll see. Now we'll repeat this case for the next it's really just pathfinding. I don't really have a coherent title case. Choice of title. What this group should be labeled. It's just under grid container. Temperature dew points. Temperature value. It should also say temperature. Dew points. Points. Dew points. We might have to do that degree display trick with the sign. We have a bit of work there. Because I think we are going to have an H box there. And you know, that seems to be the case right now, right? We've done this once for weather condition degree display. But it's as if the degree display is turning into a component too. That we are utilizing it in different places, not necessarily always below an icon. For the time being, I'm just going to type 20. Lining and humidity, humidex. Humidex is one of the worst things that could happen to you in the summer. Humidity is 41%. You could always put the percent sign. That's fine. Humidex 15. This is all good. I like this. this space. Let's select this H box at the top. Let's change the alignment to center and to see what happens. What's the difference between this both centered? Size flag is fill expand. Horizontal it's fill. Here, I don't see any. Oh, I remember making those separators. First of all, there are actually one separator that need. Second of all, those separators actually have this flag selected, which is actually we may have to do that, but this has to okay. Let's take this guy, make it shrink as long as this one is expanding. Not quite so. This may actually expand. And we kind of need spacing there, right? Everybody needs their space. Maybe 338, 332, 6 pixels. Let's give it 10 or 8. Let's do that for this guy. Let's give it 8. Okay, I like that space. Um, getting there. Getting there. Let's see if we can make this fill, but sort of center business is coming chaos. What if I give like 18? How does it? But the problem still persists. See, this is not entirely centered. I think I picked a 100 by 100 area there for it, if I recall. Yeah, that's actually 100 by 100. So square area. And then the rest just minds its own business. Maybe I'll make an exception here, and for this weather condition component, if I set the size to 100, like this, and this is actually gonna have its own there you go. Slowly but surely we are getting there. This 8 is too much. We'll do this 8 and you just I see. So then this is no longer going to be centered. This is going to be begin because you now have a fixed size. But because you already have 8 pixel difference, the fact that you gave yourself 100, shame on you. 92. So now you are visually occupying 100 space. However, problem is you are kind of centering yourself in your own area, not taking into account this area. Um, Not cool. I think this is when I'm going to do that styling and visually pushing it 8 pixels in that V separator. So you should still be 100. Okay, we should not mess with you, but we are going to visually push this V separator 8 pixels to the left when it renders. Or awesome. Forget about this separation. That should be zeroed. Okay, perfect. You are 100 pixel. The VSAP has its own separation. This could actually have double the amount, 16. Okay, let's do 16 too. And maybe we can actually make a bit of custom adjustment here because this should probably be a lot more than that. Yeah. This should be humidex, by the way. Then this should be humidity, humidex, humidity. Okay. This separation, mind you, is still 16. Its left is still pushing it. Too bad, but maybe it's not going to be too bad. Let's put a line here and then fix the bottom parts, and then we'll actually have a better view of things. Because this is too packed here anyway. Four pixels separation. Vertical, let's do 4. Yeah, 4 is the default anyway. I think the way that font renders there is making it a bit so the font's line height is already taller, and when you are giving 4 pixels is too much. Perhaps it'll be 2 pixels. But it looks more like this is already 2. Okay. We need a line between. We need a separator, horizontal separator between 2 H boxes. need an edge separator. Sep. 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 Now we have to figure out this actually has to be 0. That. Huh. It's not quite. I think in the default theme, I'm going to make that separator color once and for all. Is going to be this color. Okay. Let's open default theme. Double click, double clicking you, sir. Default theme. I want to see that part where it says add class, that sort of thing. Shouldn't that be visible here? I'm editing the resource. And I understand that I'm seeing this because it thinks I'm actually doing the 9 scale adjustment for the panel. So I'm deselecting it. It's fine. Clicking this. Still opening that. Just load the resource. Sometimes. Okay, it opens now for some reason. Whatever. Add class items. Edge separator. Let's look at how edge separator now looks. Somewhere here there's the edge separator. That gray line. We are all now accustomed. And then the V separator. Now that's going to look different. Edge sep. This guy. It disappeared because we haven't done shit. Edge separator. Constants, blah blah. So normally, I don't really know the separation value yet, but I predict it's going to be 0 because I will either create this line by making it the border style of other components, like this big sort of row here, or I'm always going to assume that separators will have 0 separation, that this kind of padding will actually be given by a different mechanism. But the style for the separator will be a line. That line's color will be this. Is this, okay? You can already see that change here. You can also see that change here too. I'm going to add another class item, which is going to be V separator. Also going to do color change. I could actually copy this here too. I don't. Same shit. This actually has gone. It's gone. It's even gone here too. It's as if the height is kind of 0. What the? Vertical. Oh, yeah. We have to check this on so that direction is also applied vertically. See the difference? Done. Done. So yeah, we have some problem with the spacing for sure. I think this is happening because of this grow, begin, and end. Let's see. See, the end is actually shrinking. Oh. Thickness is 1 or 0. You can actually have dividers like this. Really cool stuff. And grow, begin, when you do this, it's creeping, it's adding more to the beginning. So if you want to create a style like this, let me show that is perfectly possible. Everything aligns. In this case, I think the end could actually have. I don't want to mess with the default values as long as possible. This gap here kind of looks like a different kind of problem. This is a problem that is happening because this begin is actually. We had that problem with the horizontal one. It's actually fun. We actually fixed that custom in. Maybe we'll bring those under this system too. Mind you, their color is actually they are kind of used once, not repeatedly. It's fine. Now for the horizontal one, which is affected by this, let's change the beginning, which is based doing this, and end is gonna do the same thing at the end. I think there's some part here up. Again, I don't really want to mess with this yet. This separation 4 is probably causing this, because when you say 4 is distributing 2 here and 2 here, let's mess with this. Okay, I think this is as good as it can get. But I mean, I don't mean it in a way that will fix it, but this is the stuff here. Why can't I select this? Separator, grid, 8 separator, that's separation is 0. Let's look at this. Ooh, I think this has, yeah, there you go. That created the called 4 pixels, which is when everything is so tightly designed, like every pixel matters. Now we actually have to take away that uh, H-sap. Show you. When you take away the H-sap, grow, begin, and end, they are going to snap here. As perfectly as possible. It's also changed. It's going to make. We are in H-sap. That's good. Oh, sap. Okay. I think let's make them 0, 0. Because this is maybe more important. And here it's blending anyway. This grid container, if we can make it act more like this, awesome. This too, beautiful. This is looking really more or less. Still that bit of boo-boo here. This is still a little bit too large. I also took the liberty that I made this a little bit larger than I think. Where are you? 500? Sometimes there will be wind conditions that are going to be over 100 kilometers. That's the case, it's going to push this. That's actually okay. It's not going to. That is going to matter. Which is the reason why maybe should not have this value too. Thinking. Then shrink that. Yes, white person syndrome. Pick 20 here too. Let's bring them under the same. Trying to account for dynamic cases here. This may have one more letter for the centigrade and such, so let's pretend we have 5. Maybe we don't really have to be that smart about this. We just maybe could actually give 200 pixels as minimum size. Let's do 105, which is not good. Maybe 100 and 210. Let's see. So when the wind value is smaller, like this, can you do the? It's not going because we now set this, so it's right. Could push this a bit. Which actually has now what 129. Let's make you 140. I think that's okay. So when we have the other numbers here lined up, going to be beautiful. Enough white space. This still looks slightly off, but see. Custom style. Maybe, okay, if I just define another custom style here, that you take the line, but then we push your margin. Send margin from the left. Like this. Custom case. Here's the color. 7A something. Should be 18. Actually, since I made it 20, this 21 will push it one more pixel to the left. No? Just made another custom thing there. Because I actually all looking. Okay, we can separation can no longer be painstakingly testing. I think I'm okay with this. Maybe we'll do vertical. Bigger fish to fry. What can we do with this part? This is already aligning center so that everything is spread out from the center. This is looking beautiful. However, this component, weather day, is not taking in the vertical space as little space as possible. That's why it's stretching out. Because it is actually set to expand. Why are you like that? Just fill your space and be done with it. Let's try custom cases here, which actually this is taking over from. This also has some alignment issues. Everything is snapped because that horizontal separator, we put the separator value to 0. Here there's some space anyway. So it should actually be, this could also be 8. That's fine. So you need to fill your space. That's fine. Expanding is not going to do anything because I, at some point, change the anchor and margin. See what the problem is. This is the problem, this 0 thing here. But expand, do it. This is just going to be huge, which is going to be awkward here anyway. I think we could give that a fixed height. Because when in the horizontal and vertical, when it's all expand and fill, this is the expected behavior. I don't ever see this component being used in another context. And even if it is, it may benefit from having a fixed height anyway. So undo. The undo doesn't quite work. Like what the stop swearing. Minimum width is 80. We know that. And you're 180. Don't fit. Because we made you 44. You are another 44. You're 88. Our separators here. Let's make it 200. Safe side. Save you here. This is of course not taking over. Oh, my bad. This one. There you go. Still has that fill though. This. Um, I think instead of having a, we also want to vertically center them, but this thing doesn't. Could actually have. Could actually have this center. Will control. Yeah. Okay. Let's fix this label center issue. These two can be centered. Center. There is. Oh, maybe this is not. Oh, separator is not giving enough room to. If the likelihood that there's enough space, let's realign them center. Maybe they are actually going to be here. No, they are not. Well, they actually has to be styled properly anyway. Bold style. What's the style anyway? It's semi-bold 16. Some. Let's do that. Semi-bold 16. What's the color? Color is this. Save. Come here. This is still not vertically centered. Separator business. All good. What if I change this from begin to center C, but then the height is not enough? Made this 240. That would actually start making some difference. This has to be adjusted properly. It's arbitrary now. Can we give this a fixed height? You are essentially 20 pixels. Because we didn't really set you line height. This line spacing, I don't think it actually fits in this case because it's not multiple line, but awkward. Maybe we'll actually do it this way. This is when you have those issues with the way two different applications render the fonts differently. Look in Godot if it's good enough. It's not. It has to be a little bit pushed down. Too close to the edge. I think I'm going to make that component 210. Sorry, 210 here, right there. Okay, and let's do the center for centered. What the? Okay, good, centered. That's it. Because I noticed this actually had a bit of more space here, so by making it 10 more pixels, we actually adjusted it. And not having this gap here, the same width here, that's actually okay. I don't care. That's it. That actually is explained by the fact that I made this component a little bit wider than it is. It's okay. Okay. So we have an awesome looking weather panel. If there is any way we can turn some of these things into components, we could do that right now. And then I can have lunch because it's 3 p.m. Footer content is right there. This is the whole custom part for any component, any UI panel. This ideally should not be here because we are actually still constructing a generic panel. The model that I'm going to suggest is this HBox container, H separator and weather days. Basically, the content of the content node, actually saying it, is the weather um, panel itself or the information. Whatever data management you will do, you will be doing it with the nodes that are inside the content node. So it's as if that should be assigned as the rendering part for the curated panel. Similar to the way we do it with header. We don't just call this weather panel header. This is created panel header that actually gets a title. It says you're awesome. It actually say weather. So that you could create copies of this created panel by customizing its title and what it's going to render in the content. You could actually create different things. Um, let's see. I also haven't forgotten the fact that the temperature values here are not exactly styled the way we did the weather day. There are still a few missing parts here. But I think I'm going to warm up lunch and eat and come back after that. I'm going to pause the stream for the time being. We'll see. If I change this, is there no words there? That's it. Just give it an empty style. So the difference is this. When we did this custom here, I don't want to make this part of all like plenty of labels. However, probably need Check the font for this one. Semi-bold 14. They actually have the same color. Semi-bold. That's it. Color could be 752. That's it. And we already gave 10 pixels. How beautiful it looks. Write this message too. You see rainbows. Yes. First, this is just a custom thing. Well, possible. Getting there. Thinking I should component of this key component. Interestingly enough, temperature display. Just temperature. It is. If we had actually would have come. This alignment doesn't matter much. It's gonna fit in. It may in the future if you use it individually. I think we're getting to that point. The reason why I did this was we are going to utilize it here. It actually has some size and not every temperature component has the same style. Fill color is 6699, regular 15. Here, different fill color with different style. Let's see if we can actually. Let's pretend. Because we did this component first part as part of the. Let that be the afterthought. Semi-bold 16.75. That is going to be the style for these guys. Going to be what? Yeah, okay, here's the funny thing. How come these two have fonts as part of their theme and this one has two, and yet when we select three of them, that's because they are IC. We did some here. Did a custom thing here. Push this up. So that's a challenging because I could still expose some stuff to the root, expose it here. Um, Similar to the way we do footer and header title script variable. I was thinking maybe that would be the style, that custom one here once, that is our sources, but then the exported variable here could receive a resource, then swap it here. And I think we could still do that to a certain extent via an unit. Because as we said, semi-bold 16, semi-bold, color is 75. Like anything, but fine. See it. The fact that it's showing -2 is because we here been kind of freshly imported. Then part of what? I messed up with the change the structure. Ooh, but that's actually done. Box H. This green little circle here is a small thing. Not even having the color matching this light green will matter. In the font size and the gem. On the other end, it matters here. This is where we are going to. Now this has become small. We'll override it here. So far, this actually looks as it. Um, let's go in weather day. Is the fact it looks white here, but white here. I'm okay with it. I think it's taking. You know what? I think that it's actually taking the. It's okay. What is more important is that this temperature component should most likely have its own system. This is ports. But font resource. What are we doing here? Fonts. Let's be explicit. It's going to be a resource. Set get. Can be a little bit. So essentially what we are trying to do here and what are we going to have? The custom fonts here. So this thing will have get style box. Go away. What are you? Custom fonts. Fonts use custom. It's the data type. Plus definition. How do you get the custom fonts? Something like get style. It's actually turns a font from assigned theme with this is actually giving you the file itself. Then you go into the font lifts and all that stuff. Height information, each character, if that kind of thing. Don't want to go in that. How do we read this? I think I'm going to try is get property and I'll custom font. By the way, when I was actually trying to get the font, this is still running on the temp node. Actually do it. And because we know that going to give us hard time later, if we node exists, then quick get property work fonts in the same area. Try to get this. Because some things actually have different fonts. Anyway, let's try to output this. See if it works. Words do this. Tool Dynamic font, something like that. What is the first name? Hoping to it's also this. See, when you want to read it from the theme, you always have to pass the note type. Still null. Still things. Yeah. What else can you get about 16? That's good news. Size is 16. You could actually even get the font data, perhaps. Something else. And maybe font data has what? Font path. Earliest path. That's it. We know we are on the right track. So this get font is essentially getting this whole resource, which means we may be able to find this resource way like we set font. When you get the font, I don't think it actually returns the instance of that is used as a resource. You cannot just be smart about it like get font. There is no such thing as set font. There was add font override. Don't the name scary. Overrides the font with given name in this is what sounds a lot more complicated. Yeah, and then and later if you want to fall back to the theme's default font, you just going to be the font, going to be font. So it recognizes because it knows itself. This font is the font resource. Technically, you could call this font. This we're gonna do some kind of trick here. Normally, this is semi-bold, and that is the case. We are going to use custom style for going to be regular 15. Um, the color is going to be interesting. That actually needs its own port too. Actually, do that. Color is a color. Now that I think about it, these colors are actually a little bit We actually have for now. Just pretend that we are doing this menu. Color. Then if the degrees font color, color override for font color, that's it. Otherwise you fall back to this field. So we have set this and we have this as the defaults. It like here. So which means actually both the unit and degree benefit from this. We're going to actually both exists. Going to be the some color, but we are not exactly going to do this here. It's in where we are using the temperature in a custom way. This is I think it thinks of the see because this is empty. That's why it's we have to assign that semi-bold 16 semi-bold 16. I think that actually something has to be assigned initially. 16 and the color will be this, and when you change it later, the fact that I did this is stupid because I'm changing it in the instance, not in the tool. So you are doing it. You are the He's already took it over from the class, and it thinks this is actually custom edit. It's okay. I don't care. This is go into here. This looks enough. Run this. And our goal is to change it here. Maybe the font size will change it. That's actually a separate case. Let's make this temperature. That's the goal. This this should not be this. By the way, this is meaningless right now. Why is this all -2? Because this is -2. This is never going to be affected by weather condition anymore. Because when we turn this into a component, we are now hiding inner parts. This script used to do the text. Now we kind of have to write this for. Well, this actually needs this. Because we moved things. That when you have weather condition. It's just going to check if it's sunny or not. It's temperature. Here and then good. That's all good. Now, reason why actually I noticed it because now we are going to change this dew point value from just the label to temperature component. Is there a way to swap this with another? Like this temperature. Kind of do a trick there. Open. Okay. Here. Here. So that's it. Just by default -2. It's going to make it lighter color. Something and then regular 15. Regular 15. See, that is black. Doesn't look that black here because the screen is already black. Basically the temperature. But this is what temperature? Dew point temperature. Gotta duplicate this. Just the temperature. This way it's not good. I have a small problem there. Alignments is caused by that none other than that whole sign. It's called M value. First time it's showing this rule. Let's delete these. Actually, you know what? The last one is just See how that hole, what it is, pushing things around. This by itself is 20. Shrink it 5 pixels. You also gotta pick a decent color for it. The O is the color. A neutral color like this. It's fine. It's actually feeble. Let's make it. Okay, here. This is stupid. We're already picking the color. You be the color. This color. The O. Here we can safely assume that if there is children, if the child count is safe to assume that it's the O color. See, that's that color, and this is that. Pick a red color. It's red color. Undo. If I choose this, which is a component, a, and it's with this, and going to be 2. Save it. Save it. And we do that. See, the undo sometimes doesn't quite work. It takes me to previous tab and it doesn't actually undo. Nothing to undo. It's frustrating to go and stuff. This. Okay. Now we'll fix that 5 pixels dragons. We might actually be done with the custom weather panel. Then we'll make a little bit more generic and move on to fixing other panels. So this O. What if something to do? This guy by itself is 21. This motherfucker. Why are you 20? This has nothing. I kind of know that it has something to do with this because we. Let's do a basic research. Godot superscript. Script font. Ooh, old body BB text label. I don't remember seeing super. Did I miss that? Text. Let's do the demo. But yeah, okay. Left alignment is default. Center alignment. This is just. Suppose trying is always free. Rich label, because you can't put BB code in the classic label. However, here you have to enable and do some fancy stuff. But I'm thinking hopefully we'll have something here as part of Go fonts. I don't want to read the BB code options. What do we have? Doesn't have what we want. It cells with the two. I see. Yeah, it doesn't have what we want. However, go for. Why do I think I remember the news? It's all good news. Because when they do this for much, I mean, if there are this many changes to the system, it's safe to assume that at some point they are going to implement script and subscript, all caps part of it. Anyway, it is not possible in the sense that we expect to see. The bummer. Don't need this. We are on our own. We need smart about when you're wait a minute. I think by virtue of changing its position, otherwise hit this bottom, which was pushing it down. It's in not quite there, almost there. It was 9, it was beautiful. Let's see. I'll get that done without this. Realign top center. Doesn't quite render here. This is close enough, but let's push the envelope. You could always go with a, but this is already good news. This is 16. This is gonna push it down. Centered. So aligning itself. And we kind of push these down. That gives the illusion that the guys. This isn't going to cut it. Hi. See, that just doesn't matter. Size flag. Not center, but looks okay-ish here. Problem though, kind of all top aligned. Alignment is center. What if we change top? There you go. That's it. We are just pushing it out of the off margin, just outside. That's it. Should be 0. Said so. Good enough. So now we are able to control the color and font resource of temperature component. I like the way these guys are aligned. Let's give them real values, 25, 10, 25 here. It is actually beautifully. So yeah, basically temperature component should take care of its temperature display. Now the same temperature component is also used in weather condition, because part of the weather condition involves temperature as well as the icon that displays the condition. So that's fine. We have that case here too, which is then used as part of weather day, few instances. And the weather day actually has similar controls. Just give the day value. Because this is on the display in the day. We could all, of course, always expose some stuff here to this level too, that the day condition and the night condition and the temperatures are passed that way too, but maybe we'll tackle that when we get involved in the programming of this, because maybe this is just going to be a DOM component. Maybe this call will be dictated by this anyway. Get there. This is a good start. I think the last thing that remains is to essentially make content of this node dynamic. Because my goal is this. When we come here, we choose new inherited scene. What I would like to do is this. I want to choose created panel. I will save that scene as inventory panel or shopping panel, whatever, that I will end up changing the middle. Then, because these parts will be exposed, I will actually change the title in that custom panel. Because we are taking advantage of signals. Nothing here is tree dependent. The goal. I suppose this content here this VBox, it's specific to this weather interface. Now, most likely in other panels, we may have VBox as its root too. Actually, in this case, it's HBox. And then a VBox here. And then first child of this VBox is going to here it's VBox. Here it's basically just a actually it's VBox here too. This is just like a normal control. Let's look at the inventory. This is even a different structure. This actually doesn't even have that panel look. That's why I'm calling it. So, because this one is going to be a different. This one might be created. This has bottom, header, and footer. This actually needs a close button. And here, this content part is not even VBox. This is actually going to be like a scroll area that will show this. It will have this component repeated. You have multiple suppliers or not. See? Sense. I'm gonna get some water. Music. What I want to try is this. Let's save this as let's call this weather general content, weather content, weather. It's the weather. Save. Sure. Okay. Let's delete this. We definitely need something here. This is kind of what I'm trying to do. See. What if we had a control, just a control component right there. This doesn't have any spacing because it's just the dumbest control component ever. What if we change this to margin container? Actually, let's change it back to control and then let's mess with this. Done. Okay. Similar to the way we are getting user input. What if we let the developer choose what they want to use up here? So we can be smart about it. Well, this export your tool. My purposes. Export var content. Okay, what is the fucking content? This content will be a packed scene. Think when you are get set update. Okay, punk new content. So that it's going to be the content. That's why I've been writing it as content. If content exists, then we are contented. What is wrong with you? Export var content packaging get set. Set get? What? Yes. What's stupid? And add child and instance. Problem though, when you initialize shit like that, you also have to bind it to the data. Kind of hard coded things. Of course, when you also do add child, We're in the problem territory because kind of gotta empty it first. Cannot just say child, remove child or whatever. Could actually there's always one child. It's the node remove child at did oh no child, which child? First child. If I recall, I should have a children. Oh, going to do the well done. Okay, save it. Look, curated panel is empty. What's this? It's empty. Content is empty. Let's bring something in. Where's the weather? Weather. It happened. Set content. So empty. Scene. Different from way before. Instance case nil. This is just a reference, but it's not actually loaded. Gotta load that content. By the way, like content is actually empty. New content. Then this actually makes sense. Okay. Let's close you. Why do you keep opening? Perfect. Sizing is an issue. They've been all perfect. Is this the problem? No. Need that. Holy fuck. Okay, so when we exported the weather itself, this thing here actually has to be 0. Save this. Of course, it's not going to update. Let's do if this is gonna cut it. No. Undo. Do this. Perfect. This is an interesting avenue. Let's see if we can make a bit of debugging here. Good. When you do a tool like this, you need to set the owner of that instance for the content. Set like it's actually just in case. Okay. Because what I'm trying to do here is this. Because content is already instance via new content scene. But when you create the instance, that is actually no longer becomes a node. Let's not mess with it. Var node is going to be node instance. You are adding the node. Let's call it child. And this child will be owned by owner. Going to be this. Okay. When you do F6, done. This did not fire actually. If we do something like this, everything is ready. Create content. Do F6. This could actually be null, no? That's it. Because for this to work, we know this has to be ready, which satisfies this condition. But then initially, if you're not changing it because you did the initial assignment, this is never going to be fired. If this doesn't fire, this won't fire. So you need to intervene right here. The reason why I'm doing this is so that the plugin is easy. Creative panel. Here's the content. Here's the weather. Now there is a way to we don't want to manually edit here, not even through here. There's a way to do that actually. That's exactly what the Farmer Tools custom plugin system does. The asset factory. We actually create nodes here permanently because that's what the in this case we kind of don't want to do that. Could I mean, this may prove to be a little bit redundant, because if we are going to create instances of this, okay, it is always going to come with this kind of structure. You are going to be able to edit this. You're essentially saving this as weather panel. Um, I mean, do you really have to create this as a separate entity only to extract it here through group variable? You could just actually do this too. That's essentially what this code does. This is actually doing the same. And I think it also is smart enough to know that internally there's already a weather child. That's why it actually put you. Anything they're probably overlapping now. I think. I think what makes much more sense is this. Yes, we need this to be a word box, its own layout structure. That's fine. This could be any other thing. This could have stayed a VBox container. But this whole content could just be worked here. And all we have to do is to relabel this and save it as this weather content. And save this one as weather content. You could just leave this here as content. Satisfy this condition so that when we create a copy of this, so that the footer doesn't actually come snapped here. But after one or two tries, people will make this. It's just going to work out. So I think this is kind of a silly system here. It's curated panel. Because this is going to have its own calls. So, and that's going to be the calls that are made here. Data services and such. So I think I'm going to remove this. This was curated panel. Script. We don't need that. Was an interesting case, but this is just silly. Okay. This content. Let's just leave this here. This unfortunately already has something in it because I polluted everything. It's going to be empty now. So how am I going to clean this up? I'm about to leave this as it is, and then I'll create my components. What if I duplicate this? What happens? Ah, So I edit the content with code. I can restart Godot. Should clear it. Yep, it will. There's nothing running now. Created panel script is gone. This is good. This is the scene anyway. Okay, this is it. Now, when you want to create a weather panel, see this silly thing. This shouldn't even exist here anymore. This will kind of go away. Kind of have to be smart about this. I don't want to mix metadata with the intention. Say, who cares if the name of the file has panel in it? You say weather, it's the weather panel. So what I'll do right now is I'm gonna create a new scene. Another node. Let's see, created panel. Doesn't come up. Video panel. There are some. These actually have their scripts, that's why. Sorry, I did this wrong. I am here. I'm going to create a new inherited scene. Thank you. From created panel. It's an unsaved thing. Beautiful. You are going to have weather. You are going to have this. Perfect. This is going to be called weather. Okay. This is going to be called debug's content. Smart enough. Copy yourself. Come here and then paste under. Absolutely beautiful. Everything is reset here. That's okay because the data is not. Is oh, but it actually copied everything as itself. But here's what we can do. Now that we know this is what it is, we can actually change. Because it actually inherits from there. We may be able to do this. Copy. VBox container. So this is what we'll have a VBox container. This will actually get pasted, all the other stuff. Done. Now we are truly working on, and this actually has to be correct. Good. You just deal with it there. What is this? This is oh, VBucks, because I did this custom. This has to be 0. This is now your weather scene. This is gonna go away because we kept all this in here. The data is reset, but it's all fine. Don't save. Save this. Overwrite weather. Done. So when you do this, you have your beautiful weather component, which is yeah, which is this. Actually comes with its own header and footer, and then you are actually creating instances and then customizing them. Perfect. Because this is what it is, you could technically save this as and create your inventory panel or follow this structures. Let's see, new scene, curated stuff. Save this as, let's actually try another case. Let's create rain barrel. Okay. Rain barrel. Small thing. It's 225, 310. 225, 310. Fancy title. Rain barrel. Fix yourself. Yeah, we kind of took care of that. Why is this set to 2? I will go and fix that. Let's fill. We'll get there. What's the... Okay, now all of a sudden it looks fixed. Sure. What is the footer? Even rain barrels get thirsty. Okay. Let's save this as rain barrel. I believe Jordan created rain barrel context skeleton. So I think he's kind of trying to do what I'm doing, but maybe we'll actually take his structure and then this is what we'll do. We'll actually inject it here because I have this nailed down right now. For the time being, I'll save this in scenes at rain barrel. And it makes sense that we may call this rain barrel information menu because uh, it kind of matters where it is. The fact that it's under scenes, it is a UI thing or a component thing. We have rain barrel in assets folder too. That is just the model itself. This can actually be called rain barrel. I don't like this spacing problem. All of a sudden, everything kind of looked awkward. Why is that? Let's make this a little bit bigger, 300. Really that. What just happened? Beautiful. All the lines are aligning. This all of a sudden is not. There's a consistent margin here. The bottom too, top as well. Happened. First, it didn't fit. I get that. Ooh, okay, but this one is kind of. I don't think that's. Good. In fact, we actually needed that the header for separating the horizontal separator. Can be seen here because we needed that extra spacing. Rain barrel. Okay, so far this is nothing else but an inherited scene. Let's start from scratch. Inherited scene, curated panel. We are going to set the title first. Going to be rain barrel. Then we are going to paste this. Even rain barrels get thirsty. So far, this component is lined up perfectly. Let's save this as rain barrel. Looks good. It's fine. So when we want to take this rain barrel, size it so that it looks 330 by 310. Let's make it, sorry, 240, 310. That's when it's screwed up. How we know? But it's just fine here. Oh, that's funny. When you change it in there, okay, I see. Below a certain width, starting to show defects. There you go. It's an interesting. Okay. 500 is okay, we know that. 450, it's showing. So 500 is still okay. 480, still okay. 460, slightly. 440 is going to be visible, yeah. Kind of noticing this, the sidelines here. The greens are also getting narrower and narrower. Should actually keep this width here, the green width, the border width. Not quite there. Can only be explained by the fact that something wrong with the way we are doing that panel stuff. More so, open red because they bug. this. I was messing up with these. This margin, I believe, is actually controlling this part. 11 across the board. Just remove everything. Looks all jacked up. See, that 11 is actually this. Doesn't quite update yet. That's correct. We know that. Pro Center is actually also doing that part. Maybe I suppose this should have been 10. I have one possible explanation. When I imported this panel, sorry, default theme, it's the texture, parts panel, default theme parts panel. There you go. This parts. Okay, let's find this in file manager. It's here. Okay. I think this is kind of large. I think we should start from a smaller case and then stretch it out, then squeeze in. When we squeeze in, we are losing parts of it. Short discussion needed, and I'll be back. Let's overwrite this with this guy. This is a panel component. It's actually okay. Decent looking thing. Import it. Export panel. We already have something like that. Cut. Come into themes. Code theme, parts, override, place. Go into Godot, do its thing. This is looking different, of course. This has to change. This is not going to match. Of course, this. Ooh, this is all different. 226, 312, because it did not kind of re-import it. Let's reset all this. It's all, of course, stretched. That is expected. This. When you get here, it's kind of okay. Do this, that's okay too. Doesn't have to be pixel perfect, guys. Rain barrel. Run it. Sure. Because we changed it 1 pixel off here and there. There is two there. That's fine. Let's get this down to size we like. This is it. When you get below a certain size, it's not going to work. This is just fine. Let's get the real size from here. It's going to be what? 240, 310. Correct. It was close enough. So this is the rain barrel, and here's the weather component that has changed. Let's run it again. Beautiful. If anything, there is a 1 pixel overhang here. That is fine, and I'm kind of I was expecting that because the other panel actually had a bit of shadow or emboss there. We'll do the fine tuning some other time. But today's big gain is the fact that we have, let's call this rain barrel. We have created a panel system. We are calling it created panel. That when you create an instance of it, you could customize its header and footer title. You could also drop in your custom content here any way you want to decorate it, like with a label, and the rest is up to you. Kind of take care of its own organization here. That's what we did with weather, but this is no longer just the weather component. This is a custom component that is created out of a created panel. Here's an instance of a created panel. Here's another instance of created panel, and they are going to take care of their own layout. That's the beauty of it. So we could create as many panels as we want. I think I'm going to wrap it up right now. This is a good point to stop. We could, of course, do rain barrel design here too. I'm okay with that. Not doing it right now. Um, and this is kind of gonna move forward a bit organically, a bit pre-planned way, because there are more questions such as have action buttons such as these left side of some panels, but some won't actually have those action buttons. Then who decides what action buttons are enabled for panels that are supposed to have this? Because not all of them have the same set either. Should that be part of the created panel? Some other mechanism. We'll see how this goes, but for the time being, I think I'm signing off. Tomorrow, maybe Saturday, I'll be streaming more, necessarily about this, but maybe something else. So have a good night.